On my vacation, I decided to go to the Absecon Lighthouse in Atlantic City, New Jersey. However, when planning this trip, I came across three problems. Problem number one was having to drive on I-476, my least favorite highway. Problem number two was having to drive in the Philadelphia area, one of my least favorite cities to drive in. And problem number three was having to drive in New Jersey in general, because New Jersey is one of my least favorite states to drive in. I took one look at this route and immediately said, absolutely not. There is no way I'm driving for 3 hours. I know it says it'll take just over 2 hours, but it is being very optimistic. This estimate does not factor in traffic. Once you factor in traffic, you're looking at least 3 hours. After scrapping that idea without even giving it a second thought, I realized, wait a minute, there's a train station in Atlantic City. That train station is serviced by New Jersey Transit. New Jersey Transit has a line that starts at 30th Street Station in Philadelphia and ends in Atlantic City. So now all I have to do is find a way to get to 30th Street Station from Allentown. So I asked Google for transit directions between Allentown and 30th Street Station, and this happened. Now, you might be thinking the line that goes straight from Allentown to Philadelphia is the best one, but actually that one has you transferring twice, and it has you taking 3 different buses, which is ridiculous. The other one has you taking a bus to New York and then taking Amtrak to Philadelphia, which is a bit out of the way, but it still makes more sense than taking 3 buses. Now, when looking at these lines, I realized to myself, isn't there a bus that goes from Allentown to Philadelphia? And isn't that bus called Martz Bus? Sadly, they only have one morning bus and one evening bus. Now, these departure times actually aren't that bad, but unfortunately, the train that I was going to take back to Philadelphia would not get there in enough time for me to take this evening bus. And this is the only bus that's going back to Allentown. Next, I tried Greyhound. After all, there is no rule that says you have to come back using the same company you left with. Unfortunately, they only had one bus leaving Allentown that day, and by the time I got to Philadelphia, it would be too late to go to the lighthouse. The Absecon Lighthouse closes at 4 in the afternoon. The last climb to the top of the lighthouse is at 3:30 in the afternoon, so 10:10 in Philadelphia was a bit too late. After this, I tried a different website, and I found multiple departures going to Philadelphia. I even found a bus that was going to Philadelphia at around the same time the New Jersey Transit train that I wanted to take to Atlantic City was going to be there. Unfortunately, this bus wasn't going to 30th Street Station. Instead, it was going to Spring Garden Station. I didn't give up on this plan just yet. First, I went on Google to figure out how I could get to the 30th Street Station from Spring Garden Station. It recommended taking a bus to a tram. Personally, I wouldn't recommend using a bus to transfer to anything because buses sometimes get stuck in traffic. If this bus got stuck in traffic on this trip, it would be late for the tram, which would make me late for the New Jersey Transit train, and then I would not be able to get to the Absecon Lighthouse in enough time to actually climb to the top. Literally everything would be riding on whether or not this one bus gets stuck in traffic. I'm not familiar enough with the streets of Philadelphia to know if this bus regularly gets stuck in traffic or not. I also am not familiar enough with this bus line to know if it ever gets to this stop in enough time to transfer to this trolley. I would have to do a dry run of this route just to see if it's even possible. For that reason, this was not the best option to go by. However, if in the future I test this route and it turns out this transfer is possible, this would have been the best option. Sadly, the only other bus that departs Allentown doesn't go to Philadelphia. It only goes to New York City, which is probably why Google recommended I take a bus to New York and then take an Amtrak train to Philadelphia in the first place. That being said, Transbridge lines offered way more departure times from Allentown, and I was already familiar with their services because I've used them several times in the past. And I was already very familiar with all the trains in the New Jersey and New York area because I've gone there on several occasions. For those reasons, the Allentown to New York segment was actually the easiest portion of the trip to plan. Next, all I had to do was figure out when was the last New Jersey Transit train that left 30th Street, Philadelphia and arrived at Atlantic City in enough time to get to the Absecon Lighthouse. So I went to New Jersey Transit's website and looked for departure times for Friday, May 16th, 2025. And apparently I couldn't have chosen the worst time. You can't make this stuff up. On literally the exact same day that I was planning on going on this trip, all of the railroad employees on the New Jersey Transit system were going to be going on strike. As a result, there would be zero service anywhere in New Jersey. The entire railroad was going to be shut down. For that reason, I changed my plans and rescheduled this trip to Thursday, May 15th, 2025. Thankfully, I found this out before I purchased the bus and Amtrak tickets because those are non-refundable. This is the first time in my entire life that I have ever experienced this while planning a trip using public transportation. The website also asked me a bunch of survey questions. They asked me, how would this strike affect you? Dude, I'm just a Trainfan from another state. This doesn't affect me in the slightest. The only thing that did was require me to leave at a different date, which is a small price to pay to ensure the workers get paid a living wage. They also asked me, have you spoke with your employer about working from home? That would be pretty pointless because bus drivers can't work from home. After that, they asked me to type in my own words how the strike would affect me. Not applicable. Okay, so here's the official plan. Pay attention to these times because they will come back later in this video. Step 1. Take the 705 Transbridge Lines bus that's departing from Allentown Transportation Center and ride it to Port Authority Bus Terminal in New York City. This bus would get you there by 10 o'clock in the morning because for some reason it takes 3 hours to get to New York from here by bus. Step 2. Take a downtown A, C, or E subway train to 34th Street Penn Station. This is actually the easiest part of the trip. The A, C, and E subway trains run pretty much all day long, and it doesn't matter which one you take as long as you're going downtown because all of them stop at 42nd Street, Port Authority Bus Terminal, and all of them stop at 34th Street Penn Station. These trains run every few minutes. Literally, all you have to do is just stand on the downtown platform and wait for a train to show up. If only the rest of the trip was like this. Step 3. Take a southbound Acela Express departing New York Penn Station at 11 o'clock and arriving at 30th Street Philadelphia Station at 12:10. Step 4. Take a train so messed up it thinks it's going to $8 station. Take this train to Atlantic City Rail Terminal. This is a New Jersey Transit Atlantic City Line train. It departs at Philadelphia at 12:58 p.m. and arrives at Atlantic City at 2:32 p.m. This is a Much longer line than it appears to be on the map, and it takes over 2 hours. There are two buses that you could take to get to this lighthouse from the train station. One of them is a free shuttle, and the other one is bus 505. However, I only had 1 hour to get to the lighthouse before it closes, so I decided to just take Lyft this time. For the return trip back to Allentown, Step 1. Take a 553 New Jersey Transit Atlantic City Line train going from Atlantic City Rail Terminal to 30th Street Philadelphia Station. Pay very close attention to the departure time of this train because it will come back later in this video. Step 2. Take an 801 Acela Express from Philadelphia to New York Penn Station. Step 3. This train will not get you back to New York in enough time to take the last Trans Bridge Line bus to Allentown. Plan B. Step 1. Take a 9:48 p.m. New Jersey Transit Raritan Valley Line train from New York Penn Station to Raritan. And then take Lyft the rest of the way to Allentown because there's no way to get to Allentown from Raritan using public transportation. Believe it or not, Plan B would have taken the exact same amount of time as Plan A. Plan C would be to take the 10:48 New Jersey Transit Raritan Valley Line train to Raritan from New York Penn Station. However, this plan would be a little bit dangerous because the strike starts at midnight and this train was going to get to Raritan a little bit after midnight. I'd literally have to just hope the driver decides to finish the entire line before leaving. And now, without further ado, here is the first leg of the journey, Transbridge lines from Allentown to New York. I brought a portable charger with me just in case, but as it turns out, I didn't need it. Most of the modes of transportation I used had electric outlets, so all I had to do was plug my phone in and I could charge it. The bus was equipped with LED reading lights and an air conditioning vent, which I had turned off because I was cold. The bus made a brief stop at Bethlehem. In this picture, you can see a size comparison between the Transbridge Line bus and a city bus. As you can see, this motor coach is a little bit taller than it. This is a picture of the Newark Airport monorail track. Here are some pictures of the AirTrain Newark Von Roll Mark III train sets. Here's a picture of one of the monorail stations. The bus pulled into a bus stop near the monorail station, and it was at this point that I realized I could have shortened this journey just a little bit. I didn't have to go all the way to New York. I could have taken the bus to Newark International Airport, then transfer to AirTrain Newark, take the monorail all the way to the last stop at the Newark Liberty International Airport train station. Then I could have transferred to a southbound Amtrak train to Philadelphia. This would have limited how many trains I could take. For example, the Acela Express doesn't stop at Newark International Airport. Here's a picture of another monorail station. While on our way to a different portion of the airport, we were cut off by the driver of this bus. Now, as a bus driver, when I get cut off in traffic by Another commercial driver? It offends me. You would think that since they also have to drive in traffic and they also know how annoying it can be when a car driver cuts you off, they would think not to do that. But unfortunately, there are some commercial drivers that do that. Whenever I get cut off by another commercial driver, my first thought is always, dude, what are you doing? We're on the same team. We all have to deal with car drivers cutting us off, so let's not make it more difficult for each other. In this picture, the bus pulls into another bus station inside the airport, located near yet another monorail station. Here we have some pictures of some airplanes. I don't really know that much about airplanes, but there's probably someone watching this video that can tell you what type of plane we're looking at. In this picture, we pass over a rail yard where shipping containers are loaded onto a well car. There also appears to be a shipping facility in the background where automobiles are loaded onto autorack cars. When I see large stacks of containers like this, I always wonder to myself, do they ever finish loading them? This is apparently a facility where you can rent or purchase shipping containers. And by the looks of it, they have regular and refrigerated containers. In this picture, you can see a bridge that I don't know the name of. Here's another picture of that bridge, and here are some pictures of other bridges that I don't know the name of. Here we pass by a power substation. Here you can see the Northeast Corridor line and the iconic power utility poles that are usually mounted on either side of the railroad. Right now we're passing over the Portal Bridge. This is a swing bridge that was built by the Pennsylvania Railroad over 100 years ago. It was built to last for only 100 years, and because of that, it is starting to fail in its old age. People don't like this bridge because sometimes, after swinging open to allow a ship to pass, it gets stuck in the open position, which means that trains can't properly cross it. This causes hours of delays. This bridge has a 3-star rating on Google Maps and a lot of 1-star reviews from passengers that are tired of its constant delays. Thankfully, the government finally realized that it's a bad thing for a bridge to get stuck in the open position and cause delays for passenger railroads. And they finally realized that they should probably replace this bridge. The new bridge is scheduled to be open next year. In this picture, you can see a Comet 5 cab car and a train of Comet 5 coaches being pushed by an ALP 45 DP. Here you can see some more high voltage power utility poles. In this picture, you can see a closer look at the bridge that's going to replace the Portal Bridge. In these pictures, the Trans-Bridge Line's bus is traveling parallel to Amtrak's Northeast Corridor line. Normally, you would be able to see the New York skyline in the background right now, but today it was particularly foggy. In the background of these pictures, you can see an Amtrak ACS 64 pulling a train of Amfleet coaches. I actually didn't notice that until after taking the picture. I was actually trying to showcase these high voltage power utility poles. I thought it was interesting that the ones on the left were of a completely different design than the ones on the right. Here we pass under a bridge that has a 13 feet 6 inch high clearance, which is just tall enough for a commercial vehicle to fit under. Now the bus enters Lincoln Tunnel. And here's the bus exiting the Lincoln Tunnel. This isn't my first time taking a Trans-Bridge Line's bus to New York. The last time I used this company, they got to Port Authority bus terminal on time, but they got stuck at this intersection for 15 minutes because there was a traffic jam and the traffic was blocking the intersection so the bus couldn't cross. Because of this traffic jam, even though we got to New York on time, I still ended up disembarking from the bus 15 minutes late. For that reason, I planned a 45-minute window to get to the Amtrak train. That way, even if the bus is 15 minutes late due to traffic, I still have 30 minutes to get to New York Penn Station. Thankfully, that bus didn't make me late for anything because I wasn't going anywhere time sensitive at the time. By the way, I have no idea why the screenshot looks like this. Here's the cab of the Trans-Bridge Line's bus. The bus got to Port Authority bus terminal perfectly on time, which meant I had way too much time on my hands, so I filmed some subway trains. Here is an E train leaving Port Authority bus terminal. The train I rode on was an R179 subway car running downtown on the A line.
Attention everyone. Officers from the NYPD are on the platform should you need their assistance. The next stop is 34th Street, Penn Station.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Such containers are subject to random search by the police. Thanks for riding with us.
Fun fact, I asked my sister who lives in New York what she thinks about these new subway cars, and she does not like them. She said, "You mean those new subway cars that don't have any seats?" I have mixed feelings about them. I like the way their fronts look in general, and I also like the LED lights on the doors. What I don't like is that they replaced two of my favorite subway cars in the entire system, the R32 and the R46. The R32 and R46 subway cars made the best sounds as they accelerated and decelerated. Unfortunately, the rest of the subway cars they use in their entire system just sound like random squealing to me. The least they could do is try to make them sound more unique. There is an underground walkway that connects the subway station, 34th Street Penn Station, with the main concourse of New York Penn Station. Unfortunately, I can never seem to find it. Every time I go to the station, I try to look for this walkway that connects the two stations together, but I can never find it. I always end up at one of the exits that leads to the street level. One of these days I'm going to find it. Someday, but not today. Here's one of the entrances to New York Penn Station. It is located underneath the Madison Square Garden. To the left is an office building called One Penn Plaza. But thankfully, since I'm riding with Amtrak, I don't have to use this entrance. There's a much better one right across the street. This is the Moynihan Train Hall, a train station building located inside a post office. I think the post office is still in operation, but they just moved somewhere else in the building. Some people also call it New York Penn Station. I like that name better because it's a lot easier to say. This train station was built to right the wrongs done by the Pennsylvania Railroad years ago when they made the horrible mistake of selling the land above their station for land development. They tore down the original train shed and put up this disgusting beast in its place. With this entrance, at last you no longer have to go underneath the Madison Square Garden to enter the station. That was the main thing I didn't like about the original station. I have actually been waiting for this station to open since I was a kid. I used to be subscribed to a website that was giving updates on the current status of the construction. I actually remember feeling really worried after not receiving any updates for like 15 years. But after a while, I'm randomly checking the news, and seemingly, out of nowhere, the station is completed. Here are some departure boards. One is for Amtrak trains, and the other one is for the Long Island Railroad. Now, you might notice that there is no departure board for the New Jersey Transit system, and that is because for some reason, you cannot access the New Jersey Transit side of the station from the Moynihan Train Hall. To get to the New Jersey Transit side of the station from here, you literally have to exit the station and cross the street, and then enter the Madison Square Garden side of the station. I'm going to be boarding the 11 o'clock Acela Express train to Washington. I'm going to get off this train at 30th Street, Philadelphia. By the way, I really love this font. Blue happens to be my favorite color. At the Moynihan Train Hall, you're not going to find any of those low-class restaurants like McDonald's or Burger King or Taco Bell. Instead, they have a sushi bar and a bunch of other expensive-looking restaurants. This is a map of the train station, and I think I might be slowly losing my ability to read these. It took me an embarrassing amount of time to figure out where I was on this map. I'm looking at this map and thinking, where am I? Let's see, I just passed the sushi bar. Oh yeah, I forgot. I don't know where the sushi bar is relative to anything else in this station, so that does nothing to help me. After a while, I finally realized that I am not looking for a giant black arrow with white text pointing in the direction that I'm facing that reads "You are here." Instead, I'm looking for a tiny light green circle with white text that just says "You." While I could just look behind me and check if the sushi bar is behind me, that's an extra step that didn't need to happen. Why not just make it an arrow that points in the direction you're facing? That would have made so much more sense. Like, the original design was already perfect. You did not have to change it. Here, you can purchase tickets for the Long Island Railroad, but not New Jersey Transit, because New Jersey Transit doesn't have a ticket window in this area, nor can you access any of their tracks from this area, the station. Here is the main waiting area at the concourse. There is a clock in the center, being suspended by the glass roof. The glass ceiling is supported by giant metal frames. There's a second level where you can overlook the entire train station. By the way, in case you forgot, we are in fact going to the Absecon Lighthouse in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I know it's like 30 minutes into this video and we haven't gotten there yet, but that's because there is virtually no transportation out of the Allentown area, so I had to go really far out of the way. At the entrance to this room, you are greeted with a sign that says, "Stop. Entry beyond this point for Metropolitan Lounge guests only." I don't ride Amtrak that often, so I had no idea what a Metropolitan Lounge guest was. I asked a security guard who explained that it's a Amtrak passenger who has a first class ticket. I only had a business class ticket, so I couldn't enter. I mean, I say I couldn't enter, but really, there was no one there to check if I had one. I didn't try it though because I am very afraid of breaking the rules. I am usually a very by the books kind of person. Here are some more pictures of the inside of the station. The departure board just updated, and now it's saying that the Acela Express that was supposed to arrive at 11 o'clock is running a little bit late. It'll now arrive at 11:06. This is fine because I planned a 30-minute window to transfer to the New Jersey Transit train, so I should still get there in time. You may have noticed that the track number has not been announced yet. This is for two reasons. The first reason is that the platforms at New York Penn Station are really narrow. There isn't a lot of space to have multiple people entering and exiting the train at the same time. For that reason, they wait until everyone has disembarked from the train before telling you which track to be on. The second reason is that trains at New York Penn Station don't have assigned platforms. Basically, they just take whichever track happens to be open at the time. There's no way to predict which track the train will be on ahead of time. In the future, I plan on using the Long Island Railroad to get to the Montauk Point Lighthouse. Here are even more pictures of the Moynihan train hall. And now at 11:06, the train finally gets announced for track 10.
Attention, Amtrak passengers. Traveling on train number 2155, Acela to Washington, is now lining up on track number 10. Please follow the instructions of the usher, and we do thank you for traveling Amtrak. Have a great day.
And now we finally make it to the second leg of the journey. This Acela Express is going to be taking us to Philadelphia. When crossing between the cars of the Acela Express while the train is moving, I recommend not standing on the center portion of the vestibule. It bobs up and down randomly and can easily cause you to lose your footing. To avoid this, I usually step over the connection. I recommend this when crossing between any two train cars. Never stand on the connection between the cars, always step over it. This car right here. The last time I rode the Acela Express, none of the seats were reserved. Basically, that meant that you could sit anywhere in the train that you wanted. That must have caused a lot of chaos because nowadays all the seats are assigned. This train must be really popular. I had the last seat available on it. And now the train finally departs from New York Penn Station.
Through to Express, scan your e-tickets. Please have them ready together with your identification to expedite the process. Thank you for choosing to travel with Amtrak.
Oh, look at that. Oh, there's a New Jersey Transit train. In this next video, you'll be able to see how the vestibule moves on this train. And by the sounds of it, the train is traveling on very, very jointed track. In that last clip, I stepped on the vestibule just as the train was going over a switch and I almost lost balance. At this point in the trip, I haven't eaten yet, so I head over to the cafe car for lunch. As soon as the vestibule calms down, there's the cafe car. Let me just hold on to something. Maybe I should wait till after I pass this curve. Oh, look, it's the New York skyline. Right past that station.
Can I have the cherry wood and smoked ham sandwich? And do you have a Coke? Yes. Can I get some ice for that? And potato chips. Yep. So set, right? How are you today? What? Keep smiling. That'll make you feel better. Yeah. What, 2 more days to work this week?
Yeah. Would you like a receipt, sir?
What?
Receipt. Do you need your receipt?
No, I'm fine.
Thank
Okay,
you.
all good?
Have a nice day, yes.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Hey, how are you? I'm going to for you. Your iPhone, please. That would be all? That's it, yeah. Would you like some ice? Okay, you just press that.
Wow, that is cool. It took a while for me to find a good spot to put the camera down so that I could order the food. There are simply too many interesting things to film in the New Jersey area. The train passes through a lot of historic landmarks.
Do you need your receipt?
No, I don't.
16.50.
Now arriving Newark, New Jersey, Penn Station. All doors opening here on the right. Wipe yourself. Have a great day. This is Newark, New Jersey.
So I can read the menu.
All seats on this train are assigned. Please take this time to make sure that you are in the right car and the right seat. Once you have put your personal belongings in the overhead bin, please hold it securely behind you. Car 2 is our designated quiet car where you must maintain a theater-like atmosphere. Car 4 is the captain car located in the center of the train, and it is open and serving. All passengers have all tickets out at this time.
fork. Man.
You had the fork?
Okay, sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Did you mind too?
No objections.
to do the front. You don't have to though.
Jump scare alert in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa. This is the only thing I don't like about the window seat.
It's crazy.
Hmm?
I'm gonna get checks.
Oh. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This station stop, Philadelphia. Philadelphia is William H. Gray, 30th Street Station. Doors will open on one side. Watch your step. Have a nice day. Philadelphia coming up next.
In this next clip, I lose my balance and almost fall as the train enters a switch.
Wow, put it down.
Philadelphia, all doors opening here on the right. Watch your step when exiting. There is a gap between the train and station platform. Philadelphia.
Take it easy. All phones, devices. Is it really?
Yeah, you fall very well. Please lower to the ground.
You have to with yourself?
Maybe
This funny girl now?
Alright. Oh, look at this. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Tell you what, hang out. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna go back and do a double. Oh, sorry.
Hang on with the 3 minutes, you better hurry up.
Yes.
And now we're finally in Philadelphia. Now we can prepare for the third leg of the journey, which is New Jersey Transit on the Atlantic City line. The Acela Express got me here about 6 minutes late, but I still had plenty of time before the New Jersey Transit train arrived. The train departs at 12:58. Now, one thing you should be aware of when purchasing New Jersey Transit tickets at 30th Street, Philadelphia, is that there are no New Jersey Transit ticket windows here. In order to purchase New Jersey Transit tickets, you have to purchase them from Amtrak's ticket window. I have no idea why this is. Oh yeah, the last time I was at this station, there used to be a Wendy's restaurant, but that is apparently a Dunkin' Donuts now. There also used to be a sign in the bathroom that said, "Be sure to alert the authorities if you see anyone using the sink to wash anything other than their hands or their face," basically targeting homeless people. Thankfully, that sign has been removed. Here's a picture of the New Jersey Transit ticket to Atlantic City. You might notice that it does not display the New Jersey Transit logo. Instead, it displays the Amtrak logo. There was a time when Amtrak and New Jersey Transit both operated on the Atlantic City line, so maybe this is just a remnant of that. At 30th Street, Philadelphia, there is a place where you can rent portable chargers. Thankfully, I didn't need to because I already had one. This is the inside of the New Jersey Transit train. This is a Comet 4 passenger car. These cars have outlets on either end, but it's not recommended that you use them to charge your phone. There's even a sign above the outlet that reads, "Not responsible for damage to personal equipment. Receptacle for New Jersey Transit use only." I didn't notice this sign when I took this picture because of how small it is. I was able to use this outlet, but at first it took several tries because I wasn't getting a consistent voltage and the phone kept canceling the charging. Yeah, these outlets don't really hold the cord in very well, so when you place them in and just leave them there, they slide out very easily. I had to manually push the cord into the outlet and keep it there. The destination sign on this train was really messed up at first. It kept saying next station, $8 station. Later on, they managed to fix it by resetting the sign. Here are some warning labels printed on the walls of the train. Here's a sign warning you that the train staff is protected by state law, which should be the default everywhere, but for some reason it isn't. This is a sign warning you that they really strictly enforce the fare. You will be kicked off the train at the next stop if you do not pay. And here's the emergency brake lever. Like most commuter trains, the seats on the New Jersey Transit trains can be rotated to face either direction. The train was being pushed by a GP40PH-2B. Unfortunately, you can't see it because they don't let you in the car directly behind the locomotive for some reason. In the front of the train is a Comet 5 cab car. I wanted to get some pictures of the view from the front of the train, but unfortunately, you can't ride in the front of the cab car anymore. The first 5 rows of seats were blocked off with a rope. This wasn't here the last time I rode a New Jersey Transit train. You used to be able to sit all the way in the front of the cab car. This could be a new policy where passengers aren't allowed to sit near the driver or something, but I don't know for sure. It could also be that this driver hates train fans and is trying to stay as far away from them as possible, but I don't think that's the case. The door to the driver's area is wide open. In the past, New Jersey Transit drivers that liked train fans would often keep the door to the cab open. Drivers that hated us would keep the door closed and locked. Right now, this driver is sending me very mixed messages because the door to the driver's cab is open, but the path to the door is closed. already scanned it. I already had it scanned.
Oh, did she give?
Here is the destination sign inside the Comet 5 cab car. As you can see, it was actually working, unlike the ones in the Comet 4 cars. In the next few videos, we're going to hear the track sounds of the train. These videos were taken from inside the vestibule.
Pennsauken Station.
In this video, we'll see the vestibule of the second car in the train.
working back here too. Well, I can't read that sign. The second car wasn't working and now it is, so. Good. You're good, Wayne.
And my passwords.
The next station is PATCO. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Atco. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Hamilton. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Now, this next stop I was really excited about because I am now finally going to find out how to pronounce the name of this town and the lighthouse. Apparently, it's not Absecon, it's Absecon. By the way, a word of advice, the Absecon train station is not where the Absecon Lighthouse is located. If you get off at this stop, you will not be able to get to the lighthouse.
stop is Absecon. gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? This station stop is Atlantic City. New Jersey Transit asks all customers to be alert and aware of their surroundings. Please report any suspicious behavior or packages to the New Jersey Transit Police at 1-888-TIPS-NJT. Please check the overhead luggage rack and surrounding areas for all of your personal belongings and dispose of your trash and waste receptacles located on the station platform. For your safety, watch your step as you leave the train. If you have small children, be sure to take them by the hand while leaving the train. If you need additional directions or information, please see a member of the train crew. Thank you for traveling with New Jersey Transit, and have a safe day.
Oh, is this a lift bridge? I think it is. I tried to see if I could get the driver to blow the horn, but they changed directions very quickly on this line. By the time I got to the front of the train, it had already become the back of the train. When entering Atlantic City, the train crosses a swing bridge called the Beach Bridge. It then crosses a 6-lane railroad crossing. Then the locomotive pushes the train into the station. The road is called Atlantic City Brigantine Connector. I wanted to get some more pictures of this railroad crossing, but unfortunately, this road is not pedestrian friendly, so there's nowhere where I could safely walk. I also didn't have enough time. Here are some Google images of it though. Both sides of the crossing look pretty much the same, but on the northbound side is a mechanical bell and on the southbound side is an electronic bell. It should be noted that Google Maps images aren't always up to date. That mechanical bell might be an e-bell by now. On the northbound approach to the crossing, there's an advanced train warning sign that flashes when the crossing comes on. There's another advanced train warning sign right before the crossing. This side of the crossing is labeled as exempt. That usually means that buses and trucks carrying hazmat don't have to stop at this crossing. The opposite side of the crossing is not labeled exempt. I'm confused with why this crossing would be labeled as exempt. That term is normally reserved for crossings that are no longer in use, but this one clearly is still in use because we just crossed it. On the southbound approach to the crossing is an overhead advanced train warning sign. There's also an RXR sign, and this one is not labeled as exempt, which means that buses and trucks carrying hazmat do have to stop in this direction. The Absecon Lighthouse is located on the opposite side of town. There are multiple ways to get there by bus, but unfortunately, none of these buses service the Atlantic City Rail Terminal. You have to walk to the nearest bus stop, which isn't really that much of a problem, but I was pretty exhausted at this point. There are also hotel and casino shuttles that happen to pass the lighthouse. However, you probably have to be a guest at one of those casinos or hotels to use that service. The main issue I had with using the bus was that the next bus to the lighthouse was also the last one that could get me there before it closed, and there was a very short window to get there. I also didn't know whether or not these buses would get stuck in traffic because I'm not familiar with these routes, so I decided to take a lift. When I got to the Atlantic City Rail Terminal, the destination sign updated and it said that the train I was planning on taking back, which was supposed to depart at 5:53, was instead going to be departing at 4:58. This meant that I was going to have way less time than I initially planned. I was going to take pictures of the lighthouse from various locations in the city while waiting for the train, but at this point, I only had just enough time to go to the lighthouse, climb up to the top of the staircase, go back down, and immediately come back. When I saw that departure board, at first I thought there must be some mistake. That's not what it said on the website. They can't just change the schedule willy-nilly, can they? I went to Google Maps to see when was the next train to Philadelphia from Atlantic City, and Google Maps confirmed that all the trains on the New Jersey Transit system that day were running on modified schedules, whatever that means. Now, imagine how ruined this trip would have been had I not have randomly saw that departure board. The next train after that would not have gotten me back to Philadelphia in enough time to take the Amtrak train back to New York. So, had I have not seen that departure board and missed this train, I would have been stranded in Atlantic City. New Jersey Transit, if you're watching this, please update your schedules to match what your trains actually do. Since I had far less time to work with, literally an hour less, forget the bus. My only option was to take Lyft. And now we finally arrive at the Absecon Lighthouse. On this particular day, all of the tall structures in Atlantic City were completely enshrouded in fog, including the lighthouse. This stairway leads from the keeper's house to the inside of the lighthouse. The only way to enter the lighthouse is through the house. The lighthouse itself doesn't have a doorway. Here's something I don't remember ever seeing in a lighthouse before. It's a weight restriction sign. Apparently, no more than 49 people are allowed in the lighthouse at once. Like most lighthouses, the staircase at this lighthouse is so transparent that you can practically see right through it. This is a problem for me because I have acrophobia. Every time I climb the staircase of a lighthouse, I make it to the first landing, and then I get a panic attack, and then I climb back down. Then I tell myself, you climbed to the top of the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, the tallest lighthouse in this country. This lighthouse is shorter. Surely you can climb to the top of this one. Also, this video will be really anticlimactic if you don't make it to the top, so you absolutely must climb these stairs. If you have acrophobia and you want to climb to the top of a lighthouse, don't ever look down. As we already established, these stairs are see-through. If you look down, you can see at least 2 levels beneath you, and you will be able to tell how high you are. Don't look up either, because even though these stairs are see-through, no matter how high you are, it'll always look like you have a bunch of stairs left. No matter how high you get, you will never be able to see all the way to the top, which can be disheartening if you have fear of heights. As you approach the staircase, getting ready to climb the next row of stairs, don't ever look at the staircase. Instead, stare at the wall. If you look at the staircase, you might accidentally look over it, and then you'll notice how high you are. This picture is of my first attempt, which was not successful. And here's my second attempt. I finally made it to the second landing. Part of me wishes I never read this sign because all I could think after reading it was, what? You mean to tell me there's a weight limit on this staircase and that weight limit is only 4 people? I hope that's per landing and not for the whole staircase. After I had my second wave of panic attacks, I looked out the window. For some reason, looking out the window of a tall structure doesn't trigger my fear of heights as much as climbing the stairs does. At this point, I have a sip of water, and I'm covered in sweat. To this day, I have no idea how much of that sweat was from fear or from exhaustion from climbing the stairs. The last time I climbed to the top of a lighthouse, I had a horrible cramp afterwards, so this time I made sure to bring plenty of water. Eventually, I make it to the third landing. I forgot to take a picture of it because I was too scared, but there's a book here that shows the architecture of this lighthouse. Apparently, the inner wall and the outer wall has a gap between them. This gap is used for draining water from the lighthouse. And now we're at the fourth landing. At this point, it gets a lot easier to climb the stairs because the walls get narrower the higher you go, and it gets harder and harder to realize how high you are. And now we're at the top level of the lighthouse. Well, technically we're at the level right below that. You can't go all the way to the top because this lens is extremely fragile, and if you break it, you can't send it out for repair because the company that manufactured it no longer exists. This is a first order Fresnel lens. Inside the lens is a 1,000-watt bulb that used to be visible for over 20 miles. I have been told that the bulb is purposely bent out of focus to prevent the light from going too far away from the lighthouse. The reason being because there's a lot of skyscrapers near the lighthouse, and these skyscrapers are taller than it. If this light was shining at its full potential, it would shine right through those buildings and cause a mass blindness epidemic. You can go outside on the balcony, but I could not because of my fear of heights. I actually asked them if these railings were built with the lighthouse because they look like they were added after the fact. As it turns out, no one kept any data on these railings, so it is unknown if they were built with the lighthouse or added later. If you look really closely, you can see that there are two layers of railings. One of them is taller than the other and located on the inside. And the one that's on the inside has a smaller space between the poles. I've only ever seen these types of railings in one other lighthouse, and that's the Barnegat Lighthouse, which is also in New Jersey. I don't know why, but climbing down the stairs is always easier than going up. In this picture, you can see that the stairs are so transparent, it allows you to see the level beneath you. Now, as I mentioned earlier, since New Jersey Transit randomly decided to change all of its schedules for all of the trains running that day, I had less time than previously thought, and had to make some modifications to my plans. It was almost time to go, but I did manage to take these pictures of the lighthouse before I left. Interesting fact about this lighthouse, its paint scheme was changed 6 times. It used to be white with a red stripe, but then they changed it when they realized there's another lighthouse nearby that's also white and red, and that's the Barnegat Lighthouse. You don't want to have 2 lighthouses that are in the same state to have the same colors, especially if they're near each other, because that can cause confusion and even cause people to go off course. To solve this problem, it was changed to orange with a black stripe. Later on, someone randomly decided that orange looks tacky on a lighthouse and changed the orange parts to yellow. Later on, it was changed again to white with a blue stripe, which is a rare paint scheme to have on a lighthouse. It was then changed back to white with a red stripe, and now it's yellow with a black stripe again. Hopefully this time they can make up their mind. One advantage of going to this lighthouse by train is that I didn't have to look for a place to park once I got there. I took the lift back to the Atlantic City Rail Terminal, which is located inside a visitor center. I don't know why, but one website labeled the station as not handicap accessible, even though there's an elevator you can use to get inside. In this picture, I tried to mimic the picture that shows up on Wikipedia when you look up this train station. Here's a picture of a GP40PH-2B. This locomotive has a stop sign on it. These signs are usually placed on the track to warn the driver not to proceed beyond that point, unless they receive special permission from the dispatcher. I'm not sure what it means when it's placed on the train itself, but I'm guessing it just means that that train is out of service. Here's a stairway that's off limits to passengers. It leads underneath the platform. Here's a sign I randomly came across, warning that there's going to be a strike tomorrow, and as a result, there's not going to be any train service. And of course, as you can tell, it's filled with anti-union propaganda. Here are some pictures of a New Jersey Transit Comet 5 cab car. Here's some more warnings for you to finish all of your trips by tonight at 11:59, because after that, the strike will be in full effect and there won't be any more train service running. By the way, as I'm filming this video, the strike is no longer in effect and the issue has been resolved. It was still in effect when I started this video. Here is a mechanical train departure board. One interesting fact about the departure boards at this station is that they are capable of displaying destinations that no longer exist. As they flip to the destinations, the only option they can select is Philadelphia, because that's the only location that trains go to. But you can also see destinations like Toronto and Scranton appear as it flips to the destinations. In the following video, I try to film the train arriving at the station, but unfortunately, I'm quickly stopped by security who tells me about an arbitrary rule that must exist specifically to annoy rail fans, that you cannot film the train as it arrives at the station or leaves the station. You can only film it as you're getting on or getting off the train. As you can see in this video, I don't get very far before I get stopped by security. Is it alright if I film it?
Huh?
Is it alright if I film it?
Huh?
Is it alright if I film it?
Yeah, but you have to go inside. You'll have to film when it's time to board the train.
Alright.
You got like 35 minutes.
New Jersey Transit, if you're watching this video, why does this rule exist? Do you hate train fans that much or something? What reason can there possibly be why someone can't film a train as it's entering a station? This rule is ridiculous. Okay, since I can't show you what happened, I'm going to have to tell you what happened, and you're going to have to use your imagination. I apologize, I didn't make this arbitrary rule. Anyway, there are 5 tracks at this station. From north to south, they are labeled track 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The train backs into track 5 and then stops. Then the doors open and it lets the passengers out. After that, the doors close and the train switches direction and pulls forward. Then it switches on to track 5 where the doors open and passengers are now allowed to board. Don't ask me why they would back into one platform to let the passengers out and then back into a different one to let the passengers on. I have no idea why they would do it that way. Maybe it gives them a reason to have a 5-track station that only one train departs from. I would later find out, literally not even a minute later, that unfortunately the frontmost car was closed to passengers. My first clue should have been that the door to that car wasn't open. I was a bit disappointed because, as I stated earlier in the video, I wanted to ride in the car directly behind the locomotive. It's usually the most interesting car, but sadly it was closed off. I was, however, able to get this picture of the locomotive before I was unceremoniously kicked out of the car. Now, at this point, I was a bit salty because departing Atlantic City an hour early means that I was going to arrive in 30th Street, Philadelphia, an hour and a half early for the train I was going to be transferring to. Can you imagine having to sit in a waiting room for an hour and a half? This was not part of the plan. It was supposed to be 30 minutes, but now it's an hour and a half, literally 3 times the original wait time I had planned.
On the train to Philadelphia, making all stops. On the train to Philadelphia, making all stops. Please have all tickets out and activated at this time. Absecon will be first. Absecon first.
gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The next station is Absecon.
I didn't notice it until just now, but these red lights on the ceiling tell passengers which side of the train the doors are going to open on. Here's an example of the lights in operation. Right now it's telling you that the doors are opening on the left side of the train. This certificate is proof that I climbed to the top of the Absecon Lighthouse. I was originally going to put this earlier in the video, but I lost the certificate and just now found it. And I didn't feel like re-editing the rest of the video. When you ride on the train, sometimes you get train staff that like train fans, and other times you get train staff that hate train fans. Unfortunately, this train crew did not seem to like train fans that much. And also, unfortunately, I kept accidentally doing things to make it worse. The first mistake I made was with this piece of paper. Apparently, these are placed in the seats to show that that person has already paid. At first, I thought these were sales receipts, and I have a habit of placing sales receipts in my wallet. This was apparently a big mistake. The conductor came back, saw that I had removed the paper from the seat, then gave me this look like I had committed a sin against New Jersey Transit, and then placed another one on the seat. The platform at Absecon station is a lot shorter than the train, so only the last few cars can fit. The same thing is true for the platform at PATCO station. Let's see another one.
The next station is Cherry Hill. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Now arriving Penn, Penn. Philadelphia 33 station will be next. Philadelphia next in about 15-20 minutes. from Philadelphia, Philadelphia 30th Street Station, last and final stop. All passengers must exit. Now arriving in Philadelphia.
In case you're wondering why I kept dipping the camera downward in that last clip, that is because of poor timing. As soon as I stepped out of this car, the conductor stepped out of the car in front of it. She looked at me and saw that I was filming and got visibly angry. She gave me this look like, oh great, one of these kinds of people. Now, I could tell that this conductor didn't like me, so I was trying really hard not to accidentally escalate the situation any further. For that reason, I tried really hard to make sure I didn't accidentally catch her on film. Personally, as a transit worker myself, I don't understand why train crews hate being filmed. Every once in a while driving a bus, a passenger might film me because I did something that made them angry, like, I don't know, be 7 minutes late or something. That doesn't really bother me because all it shows is that I'm following the rules of the road. If anything, it'll confirm that I didn't do anything wrong. Whenever a customer says, I got a camera and I'm gonna film you, I always say, I hope you get my good side. In this next clip, an Amtrak Metroliner cab car gets pushed into the station. To the left is an ACS 64. Arriving at Philadelphia an hour early turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The train got me to Philadelphia at 6:45. The Acela Express I was planning on taking was going to be departing at 8:01, but as it turned out, there happened to be another Acela Express departing at 7:01. As soon as I saw the departure board, I quickly ran to the Amtrak ticket window and had my 8:01 ticket swapped for the 7:01 departure, the Acela Express to New York Penn Station. This Acela Express is slightly more local than the other one, stopping at Metropark on the way to New York. This actually improved my plan a bit. This Acela Express was going to get me back to New York in enough time to go to the Port Authority bus terminal and take the last Transbridge Line's bus back to Allentown. So I guess I should be thanking New Jersey Transit for canceling the train I was planning on riding and replacing it with a different one departing an hour earlier. Okay, fine, I'll admit that I benefited directly from this. But please don't tell me this is how the Atlantic City Line functions on a normal day. This better not be how it normally works. Imagine working in Atlantic City and relying on this line every single day to get to and from work, and it just departs whenever it feels like it. This better not be how it functions normally. And now the Acela Express arrives at 30th Street, Philadelphia on track 2. Oh, I think that one's arriving on a different track. Yeah, Acela Express is going to be there. This is probably the Northeast Regional or something. Yeah, it's Northeast Regional. In these pictures, you can see the Avelia Liberty, a TGV-inspired Acela Express, lazing about in the yard rather than doing its job. When these trains finally start working, I plan on riding one and filming it. Here we have some cars stuck in traffic rather than riding Amtrak like they should be doing.
gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? The next stop of your trip will be Metropark. If you're leaving us at Metropark, use your remaining time to gather your belongings. Doors will open on the platform side. Thank you for Acela 2122, and have a great weekend. Please note, for those passengers having special requests for New York City, if you've not spoken to your first class car attendant or the conductors working your cars, please do so at this time. Need red cap assistance in New York City. Metropark is next.
The train is currently on track 2. To get to Metropark station, it must be switched from track 2 to track 1. When departing Metropark, it is switched from track 1 back to track 2.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then enjoy your time off also. Yeah, wait, we'll probably overlap or something? Like, we probably won't see each other for a while then, right? At the end of the year? Okay, gotcha, okay. Alright.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? The next stop of your trip will be Metropark. If you're leaving us at Metropark, please use your remaining time to gather your belongings. Doors open on the platform side your right. Thank you for Acela 2122. Have a great weekend. Metropark will be next. Ladies and gentlemen, now arrive Metropark. Doors up the right hand side. Have a good night. This will be your station stop. Gentlemen, have your attention, please. The next stop of your trip will be Newark, New Jersey. If you're leaving us for Newark, use your remaining time to gather your belongings. Doors will open on the platform side. Thank you for Amtrak, Acela 2122, and of course, have a great weekend. Newark, New Jersey next, New York City, second and final stop. Ladies and gentlemen, now arriving into Newark, coming in track number 2. Thank you for Amtrak. Have a good night. Newark, New Jersey, with a station stop.
I couldn't film it because there were people there, but on the left-hand side of this train, there is a New Jersey Transit Aero 3 train pulling into the station, and it is wearing the Penn Central logo.
Gentlemen, to every attention please. The final station stop, New York City next. We'd like to ask all remaining passengers to use this time to gather your belongings by checking the upper storage compartment, side racks, and beneath your seat. As you leave the train, mind the gap. There's a gap between the train station platform and the door and also take finding handle exiting. Final stop, New York City next. have now arrived in New York City. I'll be at the onboard service train service bureau of New York. Thank you for Acela 2122. Enjoy your stay in New York, and of course have a great week. If you go towards 7th Avenue, walk towards the front of the train set. 7th Avenue towards the front. 8th Avenue, Moynihan Hall, towards the new Moynihan Hall, towards the rear of the train. Follow those signs. As you go towards the middle of the platform, escalators going up towards 2 floors above you, Penn Station. We're coming on track number 12, all the way to the east end. Doors will open your right hand side. Ahead of schedule. Thanks for Amtrak. Have a good night.
One of these days, I will ride the elusive R211 subway car, but unfortunately that day is not today. As I waited for my train, I watched in horror as it arrived on a different platform. The sad thing is, had I been on the correct platform, I could have rode this train, because it also was going to 42nd Street Port Authority Bus Terminal. I was running out of footage, so I only had 2 pictures of the Port Authority bus terminal. One is of a sign telling you not to feed the pigeons, and another one is of a vandalized version of that sign where it says, "Do feed the pigeons." I hate Port Authority bus terminal. It is literally my least favorite portion of the journey. Can someone please tell me whose idea was it to have the ticket windows close at a time when the Port Authority bus terminal is still open? For example, I was trying to locate where I had to be when waiting for the Transbridge Line bus. Unfortunately, none of the ticket windows were open, even though the bus terminal was still open, so I could not get any information from anyone. After wandering around for several minutes, I found one information board. Only problem, this one was a touchscreen. At first I let out an audible groan, but then I said, you know what, let's just give it a try. I've never seen a touchscreen information board, but maybe it'll actually work. I scrolled down, and scrolled down, and scrolled down for what seemed like at least 5 minutes, and then finally I found the bus I was looking for, the 9:05 departure of the Transbridge Line's bus to Allentown. It did not tell me which gate this bus was going to be departing from. Instead, it told me which group of gates it was going to be departing from. So I basically had to find this group of gates and then figure out which one of these groups of gates it was going to depart from. Okay, fair enough. Probably when I get to the group of gates, because of how close they are to each other, I can figure out which one the bus is departing from. But why can't you just tell me which one? It also did not tell me which general direction I had to walk in to get to these gates. As I start entering the information on my phone so I can remember where to go, do you know what happened? The screen timed out. At this point, I say to myself, patience, patience. It's just a machine. Maybe it saved my spot. I can forgive what this machine just did to me if it saved my spot where I was scrolling. It didn't save my spot. I never wanted to punch a machine so badly. This machine, after forcing me to spend 5 minutes scrolling and scrolling and scrolling trying to find out where my bus was, decided to reset the screen before I could enter the information in my phone. So this time, when I entered the information in my phone for the second time, I kept touching the screen every 2 seconds just to make sure it didn't time out and reset to the top of the list again. After 2 attempts, I finally managed to enter the information in my phone so I can know which group of gates my bus might be departing from. Now, at this point, the bus departure is 45 minutes away, and I had to use the bathroom, so I checked the information board to see if it could tell me where the bathroom was. Apparently, this information board is only to tell you which gates the bus departs from because there was no option for figuring out where literally anything else was. So now I'm going to talk about how stupidly, ridiculously difficult it is to find a bathroom at the Port Authority bus terminal. Earlier that morning when I arrived at the Port Authority bus terminal, I tried to find a bathroom. Now, if we lived in a universe that made sense, there would be signs telling you which way to go to find the bathroom. But there were no such signs in the Port Authority bus terminal, so I guess we don't live in a universe that makes sense. After 5 minutes, I gave up and said to myself, well, I guess I'm gonna have to hold it until I get to New York Penn Station, where I know where the bathrooms are. Now, I probably could have just gone with that option too because I had plenty of time to go there and back, but I really didn't want to have to go all the way back to New York Penn Station. After I think about the 45 minutes of walking around trying to find a bathroom at the Port Authority bus terminal, I am now convinced that taking the subway to New York Penn Station, going to the bathroom there, and then taking the train back to Port Authority bus terminal is easier than trying to find one bathroom in the Port Authority bus terminal. There were plenty of signs telling me how to get to the nearest elevator or escalator, but absolutely zero signs telling me where the bathrooms were. After 10 minutes of walking, not aided by any signs, I managed to find one bathroom located at a seemingly random spot. I wish I could tell you where this bathroom was, but I honestly forgot, which is terrible because that means that if I have to use the bathroom at the Port Authority bus terminal again, I'm going to have to go through all this all over again. You'll never guess what sign I read when I got to that bathroom. This bathroom is closed. Please use the bathroom on the second level. At this point, I was ready to give up, but unfortunately, this ain't one of those things that you can give up on. I located an escalator, which is surprisingly a lot easier to do than finding a bathroom in this place, and I went up a level. I found a bathroom, but unfortunately that one was also closed, and it also had a sign that said to go to the second level, which confused me a lot because I was on a level and I went up a level, so I assumed that that level would be level 2, but apparently the level above this level is level 2, and this is level 1. So what was the level I was on earlier? What was that, the basement level or something? Okay, so apparently we're not numbering floors the normal way, because level 2 is apparently level 3. And I have no idea what the other levels were. For some strange reason, the escalator to level 2 is in a slightly different spot than the escalator to whatever level I was currently on, so I had to go somewhere else to get to level 2. Despite this escalator was a lot easier to locate than the bathroom. So when I got to the third level, level 2, I finally found the bathroom. And the whole time I'm thinking, whose idea was it to make it so that the bathrooms close before the Port Authority bus terminal is closed? On the positive side, since it took me literally 30 minutes of walking just to find one working bathroom, I only had 15 minutes to wait for the bus. The bus arrived on time and it got me to Allentown at around midnight. That may seem like a pretty bad time, but as it turns out, because I drive buses at night, I'm normally awake at midnight, and my normal bedtime is around 2 in the morning. For these reasons, having to be on the bus until midnight wasn't really that much of a problem to me. However, I can see how this could be a problem for normal people. I don't remember what these last two pictures were supposed to be, probably Newark International Airport, but for some reason they didn't come out right. Probably because I was running out of space for all these photos. So, is it possible to go from Allentown, Pennsylvania to the Absecon Lighthouse using mostly public transportation? Well, to quote my computer, done, but with errors.